All right, hello gangsters, and welcome to another episode of The Beat Reviews. As mentioned in the title of this stream, this might be the last Beat Review episode. At least the last episode we do like this on this channel, in this kind of, with this concept in mind, this way. So, I am pretty much all set on the fact that this is going to be the last one. Not because it's not fun, not because of anything like that, but purely because of the algorithm and my own selfish kind of ways to think about it. It feels like this concept hurts my channel, and also whatever I do every other Monday night when I'm not doing this and I'm live streaming, just making beats. You know, everything like that doesn't feel suitable for the main channel anymore. So that might go on the second channel, or I might do something similar to this on Twitch. I haven't really figured all that stuff out, but I have pretty much made up my mind that this concept of beat reviews doesn't work on the main channel. Not in this climate and the way that things work. I have started a second channel here on YouTube. I dropped the link in the chat and I'll do it again. It's called Inaccurate Beats. I think I have something like 80 subscribers right now. Yeah, 88 subscribers. So before we dive into the beats of this beat review stream, I just want to talk a little bit about this to make sure that anyone who's here right now or who watches this stream after the fact. So I heard a noise. No. Just to make sure that everyone who's here right now or who sees the stream after the fact hears this. So I'm pretty much bending backwards for the algorithm. I want to keep doing all this stuff, and it feels like I can't the way that it works right now. So my thought process behind this is to keep making good videos on the main channel every now and then, not thinking at all about a schedule, nothing like that, but just making sure that every single video that ends up on the main channel is helpful somehow. Gear reviews are going to go on there. Specific videos talking about pieces of gear is going to go there. Maybe some full like beat making tutorial chit chatty kind of videos goes there. But all of these, just me making beats for 5 hours, it's not going to go on the main channel. And, you know, me trying to, talk about my health or my whatever. Nothing like that's going to end up on the main channel, because I had a conversation with John Makes Beats, John Talks Beats, John Wayne, and he made a lot of sense. And I've thought about this for long, and I just decided to just go with it. The way I understand things to work is that YouTube is right now really confused about who I am and what I do in terms of content, in terms of style and everything. And people can't find my videos because it's in the mess of everything else. So I'm going to try my best to keep the main channel on high quality, to the point videos. That actually has some type of purpose. And at the end of the day, I want the videos to be helpful. Informative, educational, anything like that. And anything else, like me just making beats, just posting stuff that's not really good, not really up to snuff, that's going to go on the second channel. Maybe some live streams too, or maybe that's going to go on Twitch. I'm not sure. But if I decide one day to just fire up my camera and just live stream, or just record myself working on something, editing that down to something else, that's going to be a video for the second channel. If it's actually me testing out a new piece of gear, talking about the details of it and just talking my way through the workflow, that could become a video with a value that's helpful. And if that's the case, it's going to go on the main channel. If it ends up a little bit so-so, I'm not going to just scrap it completely. It's going to go on the second channel. And this is me bending backwards for the algorithm, sure. But, I've done this for years. And I'm just not seeing the numbers anymore. The channel has been dead for a while. But I just want to keep doing things. And I'm gonna. And this is my way of doing it. Because right now, whenever I hear about something that's coming out or something that's, an update for something or whatever, it feels like, that shit doesn't deserve a full video on the main channel, so I just don't do it. And in that case, I could talk about it and cover it somewhat and post it on the second channel. Or maybe I just want to go crazy one day and just start using all kinds of knickknacks and just do something that's not even good. Second channel. You know what I'm saying? So that's my little bit of information about that. And these beat reviews, that I gotta mention this too before we start listening to music. I'm sorry for just talking, but this might be my last time in a while doing this on the main channel, so I'm gonna take the opportunity to just let the mouth run. So the beat reviews, this concept right here, I counted it a little bit. It seems like we've done 25 episodes of this. 25 episodes of beat reviews. Me sitting around in the studio for 25 sessions listening to music from you guys and talking about them. You know what we do. That kind of shit. I've done that 25 times, and none of the streams has been less than 2 hours. Often more than that, but let's say 2 hours as some kind of number. So that's 50 hours of content of me listening to music and talking about it. And it's awesome. It's been great, and we had a great run with this concept. But since it doesn't really fit into my channel, I'm gonna be opportunistic and selfish enough to just move this somewhere else. And I'm not stupid like that. I realize, I understand that a part of being played on the Beat Review series like this is the fact that it's a somewhat big channel. I understand that. Who would want me to talk about their music, on a channel with 88 subscribers? That's not really a thing. So I understand that the potential exposure you could get from a video on a channel that's somewhat big or bigger than your channels, that's the benefit of it. So I'm taking that away. I understand that. And that's a problem, but, I got to do what I got to do. James says it well. It's all about niches. They want you boxed into a little neat purpose. Yeah. And I think that's disgusting, and I hate it. But I also kind of have to apply, comply. Whatever the word. I have to follow. And I haven't for years. I've just done my own thing and I haven't cared, but I'm noticing that it's becoming difficult. Not because of you, but because of how I structure everything, And when I started doing this, I was clearly in a niche, beat making, gear tutorials, talking about creativity and that's a niche. Nowadays, a niche has to be, I only make beat making videos, or I only talk about analog modular synths. A niche has to be tiny these days. I used to be able to make videos about whatever, and people watched it, and it felt good, and, we all got something. Nowadays, it feels like if I want to talk about the fact that I'm going to try to lose some weight, I'm gonna have to create a second channel for that. If I'm going to get into modular synths, I'm going to have to create a secondary channel for that, I'm not happy about it, but it feels like that's the way to go forward. And I got to do this for myself. I feel like I've built this for years. 107,000 subscribers isn't that much, I know, but it still means something to me. I can see people liking the stuff and whatever. And having that kind of opportunity and just not doing anything with it doesn't feel like the right thing to do to myself. So that's my little rant about that. We had a good run. Someone else said it, 25 episodes is crazy. I know, but it's been 25 episodes, I promise you. Maybe even 26. I don't know. So yeah, this is the last Beat review episode on this channel this way. Again, if I'm gonna restart this on the second channel or on Twitch or whatever, no one's gonna follow, no one's gonna care, no one's gonna be there, so it's not gonna be the same as this. Because you send the beat in and I'm listening to it and it's potentially out there for 107,000 subscribers, and that's not even how it works, so that doesn't even feel fair, but I guess that's how some of you guys think about it, so bah. Lil Hash asks, where's the form? Yeah, okay, we're getting concise about this. That's good. I like that. So the form hasn't been opened yet, and I'm not gonna open it because last episode you guys voted and you said that I should revisit all the stuff that I had in the inbox that I didn't have time to get to. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna start with that. We're gonna go to the back catalog of beats and start listening to the stuff from 2 weeks ago. And I know that's also a step away from the form I kind of set for myself, but what can I say? I'm a I'm a dumbass when it comes to concepts and stuff. But it also feels kind of nice. Since this is the last episode like this, it feels fair to just have the people that submitted beats 2 weeks ago actually being featured somewhere, you know? So that's what's going to happen. We're going to go into the inbox and check out the stuff that came in 2 weeks ago and start playing those. And if we still have the energy and we still want to continue, we could. And then we can open up the forum. And I guess that's like an hour from now. So don't be waiting for that. And of course, I'm not saying that this means a lot, but the fact that we now have 39 viewers right here also says something. That's not a lot. It's good. And I'm really happy and thankful for you guys being here. But when it comes to the stats on the channel, this just hurts it. When it comes to how YouTube thinks about it. I would love to be able to continue with this, but it feels like the price is a little bit too high. And by the way, the second channel is going to be more of me just hanging out and just, not caring. So if you want the low energy, kind of long form kind of stuff of me just being myself and whatever, that's going to be on the second channel. The first channel is I'm going to try to keep that professional and to the point and whatever. And if you like the way I do my live streams, that it's just a hangout and it's just nice and chill, that's going to be more of that on the second channel. So, damn, let's get into this. Somewhere here, okay, first of all, I gotta do a little bit of housekeeping in my inbox because it's a mess. I'm looking for one specific email first. A guy that I promised to feature like 2 weeks ago, and I just, I failed to, and he's supposed to be here somewhere. But maybe that's the wrong email. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look for a specific email, and this is gonna suck. Complain about me and my way of thinking about things in the chat room right now. Complain away. I'm not going to read it until a couple of minutes. Jeez. Accurate beats. Here we are. Okay, gotta make sure to do something like that, I guess. Yeah, that works. Entering email passwords, getting a 2-step authentication code, all that stuff, live on YouTube. Isn't it beautiful that I keep doing the same kind of mistakes? week after week, time again. Do you want the... No, I don't want anything like that. Okay, here we are. We are soon about to listen to the first beat, and I cheated a little bit. There is this guy who wrote me on Instagram, and he has written to me a couple of times saying that, hey, it's hard for me to be on the schedule for the beat review, but I still want to be featured. I'm going to watch it after the fact, and it's just, I can't. And I told him to just, forget about it, man. Just send me one of your beats and it's going to be featured. So that's what we're going to do first of all. From Eggy. Usually I'm only able to catch a glimpse of the stream very late on, or miss it and watch it on the recording later. So thank you. That's what it says. So he sent me a couple of beats and he wants me to listen to that one. This one would be my first choice if I had to pick one. He sent a couple of ones. This would be my first choice if I had to pick one. I made the whole beat on the Akai Force. Yeah, we don't hear that every day. A soulful beat where I tried to capture how I felt at the time. Okay, cool. So, Eggy. I guess the artist name here is Eggy B. Not sure. But we gotta load up VLC. We gotta empty that playlist. We gotta put that one in there. Obviously increase the volume. Let's try that out. I don't know. But whatever. And the stream. The chat room. There we are. Cool. So, okay, guys. Billy pads. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. The last time around. The last time, at least on this. I think it's going to be the last time. We're not going to do this in 2 weeks, at least. That's for sure. Atermono says, the last beat review? Damn, why did I buy the MPC one? Just kidding. I don't have anything to do with that, I'm sure. However, camera is live. 1, 2, and the weird one. Cool. So let's get into the first beat for today from Eggy B. The beat is called You, made on the Akai Force. Let's have a listen.
I tried so hard to live my life with these kind of people around me. It's so hard to strive. I tried so hard to live my life with these kind of people around me. It's so hard to strive. I tried so hard to live my life with these kind of people around me.
Yeah. And that's it. Cool first submission from Eggy. Love that. Thanks a lot. That's a great way to start the final show of the Beat Reviews, for sure. It's nice. I mean, first of all, a dope fucking beat. Right off the bat. You know, just really good stuff, high quality shit. I'm a big fan. I noticed a few things that I want to talk about. Not to be like overly negative, but you know, constructive criticism and all that stuff that we're trying to do. First of all, the audio quality in general. Something about it. Maybe it's a matter of not compression, but you know, lowering the bitrate quality to an MP3 or whatever, and something got lost in translation. Let's see what this is. Yeah, it's an MP3 file and it's 5 megabytes. We should be able to see some information about it too. 44.1 stereo. That's pretty much all I can see. Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound. I'm not saying that it sounded really bad, but you know, maybe there's a little bit of stem separation going on with the sample. Maybe it's sampled off of YouTube, something like that. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that if you went to this guy's place and listened to this beat in his speakers, it would sound different. Like the highest bitrate you can imagine. It sounds like this is someone who knows what he's doing, and leaving it like that, I don't think that's intentional, you know? But the arrangement of this one, crazy. I thought we were getting... We had this bass line, the descending one, boom, ba-doo-ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, ba-da-boom, ba-doom, boom. You know, that's a common thing to do. But it never got boring because we had so much stuff layered all on top of it. That just made it make a lot of sense over time. A lot of ebb and flow, someone said. I would just say great arrangement in general. A lot of stuff happened over the entire period of the beat. We listened to the entire thing for 2.5 minutes. And, you know, a lot of cool things was happening for sure. I had a little bit of an issue with this specific part right here. I mean, glitchy and stuttery effect can be really cool. This doesn't really do it for me. Right here. It sounds a little bit too wrong to me, for my taste, you know. But the entire arrangement having so many different vocal chops, the entire arrangement and having so many different vocal chops going in and out made it really cool. It's a fun thing to listen to. Sounded good in most ways, apart from the audio quality itself. But yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. James Rockwell says it bluntly. I thought that was the computer. Yeah, good beat. And that part is ass though. Yeah, it kind of is. You know, doing stutter effects and things, they need to make sense when it comes to the rhythmical aspects of the track. This was on beat, but it became too stiff and everything. Loved the drums, loved everything about it. This lo-fi kind of vibe that the entire thing had. Let's just say that that wasn't really intentional, and it sounds better than this in his studio. And that messed up the bass line a little bit for me. The bass line sounded good, but I couldn't really make sense out of it, you know. Ethan says, "What a shame. I don't think I've ever submitted, but it's always fun hearing y'all beats. I do have one I'd like to submit if he's open for it today." Yeah, I'm not promising that. I don't know. I haven't really checked out the inbox. I don't know how many beats we have to cover. We might not get to new submissions at all. But if enough of you guys are like interested in following the future of a project like this, I'm gonna announce something in the future. Trying to do something kind of similar to this, I guess. Second channel, Twitch, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, sounded like an error in the file, like MP3s in the good old days. Yeah. Something about the bitrate and whatever. Can I find some information about it in VLC though? I can. Codec details. No, this one is 320 KB. Is that kilobytes per second? So it should be 320, 44.1, 32 bits. Well, I don't know. As a producer, he did a great job. This was just really good. And the fact that it's slowly, I mean, ebb and fall. Sure, a lot of things happened. Increasing the energy, lowering the energy. But we also had this, in terms of the energy and the, like, how intense the beat is, it slowly but steadily rose over the entire track. So like this could be considered as like the main loop. And we're getting all over here. All those extra chords and stuff that just layers everything. I mean, good work. Eggy B. Awesome stuff. Thanks a lot for sending it in. And I'm sorry we had to do this the crazy way with you, like sending it over email, because you weren't able to do it the way you should. Still, you have been played and we have been talking about it, and the people in the chat room seems to love it. But also, everyone agrees with me, like the audio quality, whatever. Other than that, that's cool. That's cool. Now, we are actually moving into the submissions from the last episode. I'm almost saying last week, but it wasn't the last week. It was 2 weeks ago on the last show. And that was on the 12th of May. And just a quick look at this tells me that I should be able to play all these today, but I'm not sure that we're going to get to anything new. At all. So now I'm not going to fiddle about and do this in different types of orders or whatever. I'm just going to start from the bottom, go to the top. And that doesn't say anything about the quality of the beats. It's not rated or ranked like that. It's just the order they came in. So, are we ready for the next one in the chat room? We are a cult for sure. Yeah, we could be. But I mean, it's not a lot of us these days, but the ones who are here are awesome stuff, awesome people, really helpful to each other, and the whole community part of this is fantastic. And I'm so sorry that it doesn't feel like it benefits my channel, because that's, at the end of the day, that's what I'm getting out of this content. And this type of content doesn't fly on the main channel, for sure. So we're going to have to figure something else out. If anyone has any ideas and actually wants to help out with this, just thinking through this entire thing, feel free to join the Discord. I'm open to conversation with anyone about this stuff. Because this is, believe it or not, this stuff is actually kind of important to me as a person. And if there was a way to get some input, some ideas, just talking about this with someone, I would love it. So I'm going to create a new invite link. That's never going to expire. Generate a link. Copy the link. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, paste it in the chat. That's the Discord server. The activity there goes up and down a little bit, but if anyone wants to talk about this and help me out and just think through this, I would very much appreciate it. I could create a separate channel about that, text channel. Whatever. Submissions. Beats. This one comes from... I'm doing it in the wrong order, but I think that's fine. It's my fucking show and I'm in charge, so whatever. This one came in during the live stream 2 weeks ago from Basil Sammy. Been feeling a bit unmotivated lately, but this one is from the archive. Okay, cool. Feeling unmotivated. I know what that feels like. I think we all do. But you managed to send over a beat and you want us to cover it. And your wish is my command. Let's go. And another one. That's cool. So this one came in from IDK. Let's see here. I said Basil Sammy. Cool. And maybe I'm just in the wrong mindset for this, but it felt like we had some issues with the audio quality of this one too. Not as serious though, and MP3 compression is what it is. But what strikes me first about this one is not like the production or the tricks that went into this, just the actual emotion of it. It's well produced, it's not that, but what strikes me here is the mood and the vibe and the emotion. It feels kind of melancholic in one way, but also kind of, one of those I'm back on track kind of vibes. I've been beaten down and now I'm back up and let's do this again. Let's take another deep breath and just go for it. Oddly enough, you said you had some issues with motivation lately, and this beat is really motivational to me. The emotion, the feeling I'm getting into is like, problem solving. We went through something and now we're back on it. So that's the emotion of the beat, and that's sometimes the vibe we need, the feeling we need to put in ourselves. Realize that we're actually good at what we do, and it's worth continuing. Let's see. Yeah. In this case, it's more obvious to me. It's not like the audio quality of the entire thing, but the sample itself is low bitrate or whatever. It's not the best audio quality in the world on the actual sample. And I also pointed out in the chat room myself that this snare has a reverb. And we've talked about that weeks for every single show, I think. I don't like the sound of reverb on drums, on snares. And this snare drum definitely has a lot of reverb on it. But the chords and the vocal, the wailing thing, together with the bum, 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 really emotional, really cinematic and cool. It's missing something for sure. Some movement maybe. It's good though. Okay, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Evidence and Dilated Peoples back in the day. Having a rapper like him, I'm not saying that this sounds like Alchemist because it doesn't, but having a rapper like Evidence or Alchemist himself, someone like that on top of this. That could work really well. To me, this sounds like a rap beat more than anything, but it holds up as an instrumental too, and I'm really happy you sent this one over. Thanks a lot, Basil. This is good stuff. Would be fun to know what's up with the sample and the audio quality. Is it just a matter of compression and EQ? And, sometimes for me, when I have a sample that sounds bad in this kind of way, I do a little bit of bit reduction and it just brings something back. Weird, I know, but bit reduction together with a little bit of saturation sometimes can just squeeze the audio that out of it that makes it sound better. But it maybe doesn't work for this. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass, But we have played 2 beats so far. That's cool. Now it's time to move into Matushkovich or Slitschkovich. Sorry for butchering names. That's one of the things we do here. Flip of the Le Mans Dossier. I can't say that either. Le Mans Dossier, Put Out My Fire. That's an album I think I have in one of my bins back here. Classic soul stuff. So a flip of that could be promising, You never know. You can fuck anything up and you can make something awesome out of pretty much anything. So you never know. Let's have a listen.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, something starting off by becoming just silent, just not saying anything. This is good, but it lacks something. That's nice. And then it becomes, the main first pattern here. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, 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 bum. That's good. It's in terms of like the musical values, like the notes and the chords and everything. It feels a little bit flat. We're not getting a proper progression. It doesn't go anywhere. It sounds good and it's nice, but it also feels like it's not done. You came up with a way to flip the sample and that worked, and that's awesome. But then the next step after that, like adding a bass line that's subtle or really busy, or adding some supporting elements of some sort, it's just not there. And since the musical aspect of that entire thing is a little bit flat, I would try to spice it up with adding more stuff myself. Adding more notes, adding chords in the background or in the forefront, in the foreground. I don't know. It feels good, but it's not finished. And the hi-hat and quarter notes like that, it's nice, and it kind of sets a certain type of mood. And I like the drum sounds in general, I do. But it just feels flat. If you just hum, I know this is bad. This is bad advice, but I do that sometimes. I make a beat, a loop or whatever, and I just listen to it a few times over. And I sit back to myself and I'm just going dum da dum dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum boom. What else do I need? Because I know there's a lot of small things in there, but at the end of the day it's bound ba dum bum ba dum 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 bound ba dum bum. If I would just come up with something, I would go bound ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Whatever. And when you start thinking about it as a melody, even though it's not a melody, it's a chopped up sample, and I know that, but it becomes notes, And whenever you start playing around with the actual melodies or harmonies and stuff that you're creating, you immediately, if you're somewhat musical, you start coming up with ideas, like ways to use certain parts of the sample and maybe change the pitch of them, or maybe just chopping things up differently and just going a little bit more about it. And I think it's even more obvious over here whenever you leave that main chop that you have going and you flip it differently. I think I'm just going to be harsh with my words here. I think you're doing the same mistake, but even worse. Whatever. Because parts of it, I do this myself, exactly like you did. I take the same sample and I just flip it differently, and I play the notes in a different pattern. And if there's a lot of melody and a lot of harmony and stuff in the main loop, you can get away with having something that's more repetitive or more stuttery as the secondary part. But here you're doing that with something that doesn't have a lot of values in terms of actual changes. So it becomes even more flat. You know? I'm being too harsh, I know. But I'm also trying to be concise and you know. This is not bad. This is good. It's a good vibe altogether. But there's something that doesn't feel done. Maybe it's the musical values that I'm talking about, or maybe it's just adding more sounds, more layers of interesting things. I don't know. Might be that. But great stuff. I mean, I'm not hating on it. It's good. I'm just trying to find the things that could take it to yet one more level up. And sometimes that's just not doable. The sample doesn't provide all the notes that you kind of need to get something going. And that's fine in that case. Am I getting weird with the FPS again? I think I am. And now my cables are run better than ever before. So I should be able to just take out the camera and plug it back in. And it should be good to go. If I can find the right cable. Hold on. And you know what you're getting yourself into. That's what we do every single stream, right? I think it looks better. Well, the next one comes from Payon Rhythmi Laja Beats. It's kind of a long message, so let's see if I can get through this. Hey, we are happy to send you a beat for review. We have planned to produce a full album in the future together with when our schedules matches together. Yeah, that's going to be a headache. Our history takes us to some audio production forums on Facebook where we discussed about some production tips in the same thread. Later on, we discovered that we have the same kind of history and everything clicked, even with age, around 35 years old, both of us. Both of us have a full passion of music production and we bleed it with psychedelic vibes. Greetings from Finland, POW and Lia. Oh, P.S. It's in 128 kbp because of size limitations. 128, that's unfortunate. You should be able to do 320 even though it's just 10 megabytes. But you know, we only need 2 minutes, so this might be a struggle with the audio quality. But he said it himself, so let's take it for what it is. James Rockwell says something. A lot of US folks are probably not here today. It's a big holiday here. What? What kind of holiday are you celebrating today? It's a Tuesday? 26th of March? 6th of March? May 26th? May 26th. What's the holiday? That would be cool to know. That was fair criticism accurate. Okay, thank you. Symphonic asks, does anyone know what cameras are being used that runs the video on the computer for live streams as well? These are the Sony CVE-10 Mark I cameras, both of them. I bought new lenses for them, and that's good, because the kit lens aren't that good, but the cameras are decent. Sony CVE-10, and over here we have a little bit of some kind of Logic webcam, the C922. But we're not here to talk about cameras. Let's see. We had something playing. Memorial Day. Are you guys celebrating Memorial Day today? Why wasn't I informed? Huh? Memorial Day. Okay, good for you. Good for you. Yeah, I use the same cameras for making videos. Right now they're just hooked up over HDMI to Elgato cam links, 2 of them. Normally when I make videos, it's just recording on the SD card. And I'm not getting this kind of stuff in the frame rate when I do that. It's just a USB thing. On that camera specifically. Whatever. The 2 Finnish guys. Let's play that.
Love is enough, though the world be away, and the woods have no voice but the voice of complaining. Though the sky be too dark for dim eyes to discover.
Okay, so I think that's it. The file itself is 5 minutes long, so that's about 240. That's more than I should play. This is cool. This is interesting. This is good. This is, it's different, but also kind of modern and kind of cool. And again, it's obviously people who knows what they're doing. He was right in that the file is 128 kilobit. And it is, but it still sounded good to me. It's not a WAV file. This is something else. I'm not sure. What kind of file is this? Text edit file? No, I could... Well, whatever. It sounded good. And it set... I mean, there's some kind of cinematic aspects of this. Building up a production like this, having that kind of intro that feels like ambient music with a little bit of Assassin's Creed kind of vibes. Some folk music stuff with the string sections and everything. being super atmospheric, and then dropping in the drums, dropping in that digital bass line, but still keeping some of the elements from the intro. Makes it feel, I'm not surprised that this comes from Finland. Somehow, it feels nice and moody, and it has a lot of cinematic qualities to it for sure. This could be used in so many ways when it comes to, like, showing up in a commercial or in a movie or whatever like that. It's a nice track. It has a really cool vibe, and the production is rock solid. Can't say much about that. The compression and the overall, everything that's been done with the drums sounds really good. What I can say from like a personal perspective when it comes to the taste of music, having that kind of bass line, sure, it adds a lot of drive and this pumping element to it, and it's not bad. I find myself to become bored with it because it takes a lot of space, and it's nice, and it plays well together with everything else, but I'm just finding it to be a little bit uninteresting after a while. And there's a lot of subtleties in there. Some vocal samples, some piano notes, some filter modulation stuff going on. It's a complicated, well done production. It is. But the sound of the bass line, after a while it becomes tiring, Let's skip ahead to like 4 minutes and see what happens. Shaker. But honestly, when you're patient enough to work on something this kind of complex, I'm going to use the word complex. It's not complicated, it's not advanced, but it's complex in some sort of way. When you have trust in your bassline idea and the drums, and then you have a lot of cool elements that just goes with it, you can play this beat for like 25 hours and just keep adding a little bit of this, taking it out, adding a little bit of that, taking it out, slowly progressing through the entire thing. And it's cool. I'm not hating on it. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm not saying anything negative. Hear me out. This is good. I'm not a huge fan of using the bass line that much for that long. And I'm referring to the as the bass line, even though it's a synth, but it's probably a bass patch, whatever. That kind of it has a cool element to it that drives it forward in terms of rhythm and music notes, whatever. It's good. It's interesting and it's fun, but it's also, it's a track for riding the commute from work. And it's good. It's cinematic, but it's not more than that. It's not super exciting or anything. It's just well produced. It sounds good. It's solid. It could be more fun. Could be more intriguing. I don't know how though, because the bass line does like 90% of the work here. Well, it's nice. James Rockwell is promoting the Osmo Pocket 3, and yeah, I have been looking at that one myself, and then I decided I'm not going to care. I'm just going to use what I have and make more stuff, Getting new cameras is one of those rabbit holes that can become like, yeah. Just because you buy a new camera doesn't mean you have anything new to film. You know? Whatever. Let's move along to the next one. Another submission. And this one comes from Mosiah Kari. I wanted to send something else, but this is cool. I made it recent. Okay, nice. So the name here was Mosiah Kari. And let's move it into the media player and let's have a listen. Wow, that didn't work. Okay. Let's go. Nice. Cool. So I gotta agree with Beat Owl. I like this one. This is cool. But how should I say this? I don't want to say like absolute things that just goes for everything always and be like all cocky about it, but music needs bass. That's where I'm going with this. Every piece of music needs a bass line. If it's not a bass line that's actually doom 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 playing notes. I mean, a lot of people are using 808s as a bass line, and I guess that's something. In this case, we just need bass. When it comes into... Nah, that's the wrong one. Over here. I thought this was like a cute little way to start the track. It's cute. And the kick drum takes a lot of space, but... You know, we need a bass line. This one desperately needs a bass line. A super low and heavy distorted one could be one way to go about it. A solid compressed sub bass would be one way to go about it. Like an acoustic, like real bass, electric bass with, you know, a little bit of string sound could also be one way to go about it. But in this style, I think I would prefer like a bass line with a little bit of distortion. Being a little bit too loud would just make sense. Someone said, is it doom and gloomy night over here? Man, yeah, I guess it is. Everything is moody and dark today, so far. This is good. I mean, when you have something this moody and this like emotional, and you mix it up with drums and a tempo like this, with this type of programming, it becomes fun. Because you have the contrast between something being like emotional and heavy and something else being like driving forward and having a little bit of energy. And it's not bad. It's actually kind of good. And the piano chords and everything is beautiful. With the little flutes and everything that's going on. It's nice. We just need something down to fill it out, you know? I can't make a bass line for shit like that, of course, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? This is really cool. And to me, everything has a nice place to sit in the mix, and it sounds balanced and cool, but it's way too thin because the lack of a bass line, you know? Maybe the track was muted on export. Yeah, we've had that problem before. Someone else just sent me a beat and forgot to include the bass line. And that's, you know, that could be what it is. The piano notes are very classy. Yes, they are. And, you know, the LFO modulation or whatever it might be that does the stuff with the pitch makes a lot of sense. And it makes the piano notes stand out in a really beautiful way. It's nice and subtle, but it's in there and it sounds good. Over here. A lot of cool textures and stuff going on in the background. There is some kind of synth that does a little bit of some tiny figures and stuff. I appreciate that. I love it. It's cool, but it desperately needs a bass line. Have I said that enough? I think I have. Mosiah Kari, great stuff. Good producer. This is high quality shit. But we need a bass line. We do. Let's keep on looking in the inbox here. The next one comes from Josh Graham. Hope you enjoy it. And it's an MP3 file. Cool. Hope you enjoy it. That's all you're gonna say. All right. Okay. We need to do a little bit of adjusting on the level for that one because that feels like it could go crazy. And just from those 2 seconds, it doesn't feel like we're in the moody, gloomy kind of realm anymore. Let's have a listen. So, bus music. Yeah, we are listening to beats from 2 weeks ago. I told you guys that we were going to go through the back catalog, and that's what we're doing. So, yeah. And bus music hasn't been featured today yet, so if your beat is in here somewhere, hold on. Now, this track is called Where Is the Love, and it came in from someone, why am I even trying? Josh Graham. You know, maybe it's me, but I can't not talk about the audio quality of things when it sounds like this. It feels like something just went south in the mastering process or something. You just added compression and limiting and whatever, and it doesn't hold up, you know? In terms of the musical idea here, I mean, this kind of house music is not my thing whatsoever. But I do appreciate the bass notes. Maybe I'm just going to take a wild guess here, but maybe you have a synth, software, hardware, whatever, with an arpeggio function in it, and you go. It's not a bad idea at all. I think it's really cool, and it adds a nice rhythmical element that I do appreciate, even though I don't understand the genre. Again, listen to the bass notes. That goes or something like that. That's a nice idea. It's cool. And it's well done too. I just like, I think the entire mix should be like redone. Because if you're going to use that much vocals, either put it the way I think you've tried to just put it in the forefront. But then you need it to hold up in terms of volume, because everything's happening at once now. Or go the other way and just sidechain the hell out of it in a way that makes sense. That doesn't make me sit here and think about what happened, you know? I want more of the drums. I want more of the pump. I want more of the bass. That's a nice idea. And maybe I want all the vocals in there, but just lower and sidechain, and the entire like audio spectrum here. One needs to be fixed. EQ, compression, something happened here, and it needs to be fixed. It sounds like it's well produced, but it's bad mixed. The kick drum could also have way more body. Now it's just your average synth kick that goes dum, dum, dum. If you had it like boom, boom, I can't even make the sound, but it needs to be deeper. It needs to have more body and more like oomph to it. But there's a lot of things going wrong here, honestly. You could go way harder with everything. It feels like you took, you know what? It feels like a producer who doesn't really know where he wants it to become, where he wants it to end, what he wants it to become at the end. So you're just working away without like having a set goal with anything, and it just becomes music, and it's what it is. It sure feels like you need to like focus. What should this be? Is this a proper hard dance track? Then I need more of this. Is it supposed to be softer and more flowy and airy? Mix it and work with it differently. But you gotta pick a path, you know? But it's not bad. Benji says AI generated sounds smaller like that. Maybe this is AI. I don't know. I don't think it is. It's too much stuff. But since it's not really my genre and I don't really know what I'm talking about, let's just say thank you to Josh Graham for submitting and move on to the next one. I've said a few things, and I guess that's okay. Now, the next one comes from John Chavez. John Chavez, something like that. I go by Illustrated with a weird spelling. ILLASTR, the number 8 ED. Illustrated. And the beat is called Soul Breaks. So this could be promising, just judging by the name of it. And it's in VLC. Let's check out the chat. I don't know. Let's play this one. So, are you guys completely drunk or am I? Because no one is pointing this out. And we have some people in the chat room, people who normally have opinions about stuff. And no one points out the fact that the last track we played... Sorry. Yeah, the second to last track we played had no bass line. Right? And this one... it's just bass. Let me try to play that on my monitor real quick. Okay. Oh. Honestly, it sounded better on the speaker than on here, but it's the same problem. The bass is way too loud. The bass is just way too loud. It's cooler on speaker because it's actually moving air and all that. but you should be able to also listen to it on headphones, right? To me, the production here is rock freaking solid. This is really good stuff. Love the vibe, love the sample, love how it's been chopped up. And this section over here, I think. Yeah. A great idea, greatly executed, for sure. This is one of the best ones we had tonight. Definitely. Maybe my personal favorite so far. But the bass is crazy. I'm trying. The bass line here is way too loud. It's great. The notes and the sound is good, but the balance just needs to be shifted. Raw Digs in the house. Okay. Hello and welcome, Raw Digs. Nice to have you here. So this beat is awesome. It's fantastic. It's great in every sense of the word, in every sense of the word. But the bass line, to me, it's just flat out way too heavy. And we gotta notice that pitch shift in the hi-hats. Such a nice touch. It's kind of a common trick for, I don't know, trap or drill or whatever. But in this type of context, it's really cool. With the pitched hi-hat like that. Awesome stuff. But I'm going to replug my camera again. Let's listen to As Made So Well As Asking For. 10 more seconds. And the choir, everything, sometimes everything just goes boom. Everything just fits together. And this is a great example of that. But again, to me, the bass line is too loud and it needs to be lowered to be like comfortable to listen to. But maybe that's just me. Some people are kind of agreeing, but not everyone. But I don't know. Really, really great stuff. Thanks a lot for submitting this one. Thank you to John Chavez. Really good stuff. Or he goes by Illustrated. Okay, let's not forget about that. Illustrated. This track is called Soul Breaks, and it's freaking amazing. Now, the next one comes from someone called Neil Yak, and Neil has been featured before. So before we dive into that one, let's see if James came up with something. James had a piece of feedback that made a lot of sense. My mind is stuck on the beat review issue. I'm worried that since a decision won't be made today, that we will lose people when or if it's moved because there's no way to alert them of the new thing. I mean, I guess there's a way to alert them. I have the community page on YouTube. I could mention it in a proper video, just saying that if you're interested in the beat review, please check out the second channel or Twitch or whatever it might become. I do have an Instagram account, and we have the Discord. You know, we can get the word out there. But sure, we're gonna lose people. We are, because this the foundation this is built on is a channel that's not super tiny. Not huge, I know, but not super tiny either. So moving this concept to Twitch would probably also lose a lot of people, because being featured on the show is not that exciting if it's on Twitch and, 10 people are subscribing. But, well, I'm going to announce something whenever I have come up with something. But doing it like this on this main channel is not going to continue. Atermonos asks flat out, is there a chance to send in something for today? And I think at this point, the answer to that is unfortunately no. I'm moving slowly because I want to drag this out, but we have... Okay, shit, man. Fuck me. I'm gonna have to do this the entire night. We have more beats than I thought, and I'm moving slower than I thought. Damn. So the next beat comes from Neil Yak. He says, I used Joyner Lucas lyrics and I made this beat. Enjoy, fam. And we are. Neil Jack has, as I said, been featured before, and let's have a listen. Oh my freaking god. Turn down the volume real quick.
Me and my niggas outside of the crib, blowing the smoke and rolling a few, shooting some dice and making a flip. We getting the lit, you know what to do. One of my homies said, I got a question I wanna know, like what would you choose? If you had 24 hours to live, then where would you go and what would you do? I'm about to catch a few felonies, load up the trunk and then head to the Beverly's. How about the whipping and rob a celebrity? Take all his shit and then steal his identity. Strap on the vest and go kill all my enemies. Slap any hater that showed any jealousy. Shoot every broski that tried to get next to me. After the shit, they all gonna remember me. Stick on the bag and the end of the draw. Get in the floor, take from the rich and then give to the poor. Give them the shit that they couldn't afford. Buy my cribs and then give them a tour. Whipping the porch, skirt on the cops and I'm flipping the law. Bury the ops and then dig up the car. Throw me a party with all of the bros and then turn every day to a holiday. I have an orgy with all of the hoes who ain't never want to give me the time of day. Catch them all lacking and kidnap you rappers who talk to police and cooperate. Break in the prison and free all the hitters and give all them niggas a lobster play. Pull up to the fucking White House with an AK, go inside and cut the lights out, then I make way. Tell the government to pipe down, we don't play safe. Everybody on the block now, get a big dick, stay ready and I'm on a prowl with a straight blade. Guarantee the shit that go down like a Mayday. Nigga renovate the whole hood, then I vacate. A lot of niggas doing no good, but they maintain. I'm a gun down, every pedophile. Wonder if I get to heaven now, I'm a killer now. I take every dead beat, daddy, put them in the ground. Niggas that like they've been around, but they're in and out. I'ma run a couple 100 miles and I'm giving out. Hook to the people at the bottom that can never smile. I can feel the clock running low any minute now. Everything I ever wanted, I'ma go and get it now. Nigga now, and I'm about to catch a few felonies. Load up a trunk and then head to the Beverly's. How about the whipping and rob a celebrity? Take all the shit and then steal his identity. Strap on the vest and go kill all my enemies. Slap any hater that showed any jealousy. If you had 24 hours to live with it, what would you do if it was you instead? What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? I got a question I wanna know, like what would you do? Where would you go? Or what would you choose? I got a question I wanna know, like what would you do? Would you go crazy because if you kill every nigga you hold in the grudge, you can slide at the plug and escape?
Okay, that's about 2 minutes of it, and honestly, we talk about beats, we talk about production, we talk about all that always. That's what we do, right? But using vocals from a rapper like that on a production like this, just, it's not even fair, you know? The beat itself, the production is good, and it fits the vocal really, really well. But if I heard this one just as an instrumental, I'm not sure I would get the complete picture of it, you know? But with rap like this, sure, this is, you know, this feels, because of the rapper, because of the production of that, it feels like a finished track, because it is. It's a remix, you know. The beat itself is not bad. It has a vibe to it, and it's cool that it's well produced, but the fact that you have that rapper on here, Joyner Lucas, in this type of performance, just takes it to a level that everyone can't, you know?
The Beverly's, how about the whipping and robbing celebrity? Take all his shit and steal his identity. Strap on the vest and go kill all my enemies. Slap any hater that showed any jealousy. Shoot every broski that try.
If I'm trying to just listen to the beat, it feels like it's a little bit dull. You could do a little bit of tweaking on the higher frequencies on the EQ to get some crispiness out of the snare and everything. But in this complete package with Joyner Lucas spitting rhymes like that,
All of the hoes who ain't never want to give me the time of day. Catch them all lacking and kick out with a straight blade. Guarantee the shit that I hope to the people at the bottom, they can never smile. I can feel the clock running low any minute now. Everything I ever wanted, I'ma go and get it now. Nigga now. And I'm about to catch a few felonies. Load up a trunk and then head to the Beverly's. How about the whipping and robbing celebrity? Take all the shit and then steal his identity.
but you know, really busy drums and a bass line like that just shakes, that just moves the ground. It does the job. Neil Jack made something really cool with this, for sure. Thanks a lot for sending it in. And again, it's a little bit cheating to put a vocal like that on it. You're allowed to. I'm not saying anything else, but it's like I don't know what it's like. It's cool. Thanks a lot for sending it in. And the next submission comes from someone who always complains about not being featured, Mr. Billy Pads. Billy Pads is going to be the next one for today. Who says, here's some West Coast-ish. Sure, it's called The Bounce 87, so I guess that says something. Billy Pads is going to be played on the last episode of the Beat Review right now. Boom. Cool stuff. Billy Pads back with the with the early snare drum. It's good. It's a well tested out system and it pretty much always works. Now, one thing that's a little bit difficult to notice sometimes when you're working on beats like this yourself is that you can get into this thing that I think you did with this one when you don't have the swing of some of the instruments matching the drums. First of all, this is good stuff, really good stuff. I like it. This is really cool. You are on a high level. All that's been said. These, like, you know, Commodore 64 types of those, they are nice. I love them in this mix. It feels really, really cool. But there's something with the rhythm here. Since you have the swing of the drums that's really heavy like that, and when that doesn't really correspond 100% with how the notes has been triggered or programmed or played or whatever, it gets into this weird little space of being like really good and super cool, but also a little bit, I mean, it's wonky and it's weird and it's supposed to be like that, I know. But here. I want all those notes to align with the snare drum better than they do. So maybe they need to be just moved around a little bit on the timeline. It's not the end of the world, but you know. It's cool. High level and these boom, boom, boom. Really cool. Take a lot of space and they deserve it because they're nice. The drums, everything is solid. I'm just talking about the fine details about the placement of these. Bling, 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 bling. You know? And carbon vibes. Yeah, I talked about this entire thing in the beginning of the show. And this stream is going to be left on the channel as a live stream. It's going to be available to watch later on. So you could watch my entire like mumbling session about, you know, talking about that thing. James Rockwell explained it in a way that's a little bit too simplified, I think. But yeah, this channel is not going to be just gear reviews. Not only that. This channel is going to be more aimed towards high quality, valuable videos. And everything else I want to do, like this or random beat making sessions on live streams, is going to happen on the second channel or on Twitch. I haven't made up my mind. So we have a second channel and it's also posted somewhere. Too many links and stuff. Ah, there we are. Inaccurate Beats. That's my second channel, and that's going to be more tethered to a community or something like that. Me and just doing my random stuff, you know, random projects, making beats that doesn't sound good, maybe live streaming, I don't know. And the main channel is going to be more focused on higher level production. It feels like I need to do something like that for the algorithm. I'm not super excited about it, but that's what we're doing, and I think it's going to be better. But I'm also scared to lose a little bit of this because this is really fun. It's all explained in the beginning. Whatever. And we have too many beats. So let's just move along. Billy Pats has been played. The next one on the list is 2 Decillion. 2 as the number 2. TWO. Decillion. 2 Decillion. The message says, I sampled an owl. Used a verse from Travis Scott Meltdown. Shout out Pressa and Tory Lanez. Okay. Cool. So another one with vocals. Like a proper a cappella. Let's check it out. 2 Decillion.
Yeah. Tensions is definitely rising. Teed up right now. Tea time. Tea time. Tea time like I got a cup of this shit.
T-town like golf at 5:45. I love to fuck on a regular bitch. Famous hoes lame, but they stay on my dick. Heard your new joint is embarrassing shit. You talk to the cops on some therapist shit. You act like you love this American shit. But really the truth is you're scared of the six. Yeah, you're scared of the six. Yeah, you're scared of the six. Your bodyguard put in some work on the flute. Now you wanna go and inherit the shit. Don't talk to the boy about comparison shit. Or come to the boy on some arrogant shit. The weapons we got is some terrorist shit. Hey, TV producers, we airing the shit. She asking for bread for her parents and shit. I told her I don't got no cash and she said she gon' wait on a rack on some Arabic shit. I pull out $1 million and stare at the shit. My dick just got hard cause a wire just hit. My schedule's out, I'm spinning some real. Like fuck all that spinning the narrative shit. I melt down the chains that I bought from your boss. Give a fuck about all of that heritage shit. Since we not around, the members done hung up the Louis. They not even wearing that shit. Don't come to the boy about repairing some shit. Don't come to the boy about sparing some shit. You lucky that Vogue was suing cause I would've been with the Watsons in Paris and shit.
So, this is quite easy. You know, the best part about this one, you sampled an owl and you used it in a musical way. Really cool. Really cool. The drums are nice. Most of the production here is good. I like it, but it's a little bit too in your face, a little bit overly processed. The vocal, I hate the vocal. That type of rap just doesn't resonate with me. I'm not a fan. I don't like it whatsoever. And it destroyed the entire thing for me. This beat, this production is good. You know, it's not bad. But the way this acapella just crushed it in a bad way, I don't like it. And it's also way too loud in the mix, the vocal, the acapella. It's just, you know, it becomes, I understand that it's supposed to be a little bit unsettling and a little bit scary or whatever, but it's not even that. It's not even cool.
Fuck a regular bitch. Famous hoes lame, but they stay on my dick. Heard your new joint is embarrassing.
And the distortion on the kick drums and stuff, it feels not really my type of stuff.
Shit. You talk to the cops on some therapist shit. You act like you love this American shit. But really the truth is you're scared of the six. Yeah, you're scared of the six. Yeah.
Oh, you're getting ads? What? Can I double check on that? Live. Edit. Oh, haha. Sorry, I am accidentally monetizing this. Turn it off right now. Thanks for telling me. Thanks a lot for telling me. Not supposed to, and it's not gonna be an issue with copyrights or whatever. That's gonna be fine. But I still don't want any ads on these. It doesn't make sense. And thank you. So that's turned off. So this beat, I mean, it's a good piece of work, but the super distorted low end, I'm not a big fan. The rap, kind of hate it. But that's not your fault. It's just a matter of different taste. Oh, I need to refresh because I can't see the chat. Okay. Something went wrong. Are we still live? I think we're live. I just can't see the chat. Why can't I see the chat? Let me try to get back into that screen. Because doing this, the last episode of Beat Review without having access to the chat room doesn't feel like the best way to go about it, you know? I need the chat room. I need you guys to help me out. Why doesn't it refresh? Something went wrong. Okay, that's... I need more information than that. Just says something went wrong. So if I jump onto Chrome instead, as a guest maybe, whatever, and go to youtube.com/accurate-beats as a guest. It's Chrome instead. Okay, I'm still live. Okay, cool, and that's the chat. So you guys can see the chat. That's nice. I can't though. Begränsat läge, vad fan? Information. Okay. So I can't see the chat. Okay, but I can over there, so I guess I'm gonna watch my own stream back live instead of trying to monitor this in the thing. Okay, this works so much worse for me. Doesn't really work at all. Maybe I can just hold on. I'm gonna try to. Okay, I could do that. Huh. Fuck, now I closed everything. Okay. You guys will have to just be patient, because I closed the stream and I can't see anything, and I also closed the email. And I need to be on the Accurate Beats account for sure. Here we are. Create. Live stream. And Gmail. At the same time. The wrong one. Let's get into the right one. There we are. May 12th. That's what I'm looking for. Let's also see if I can see the chat. I can. Awesome. May 13, May 12. There we are. So let's go down, down, down. We were on this one. Cool. We're back on track. Back on track. To the Dillian was this. Used a verse from Travis Scott Meltdown. Shout out to Pressa and Tory Lanez. You shouldn't. That vocal sucks, and your beat deserves something better. But now, I'm back online with everything. I just need to move those windows over there. Well, okay, now I'm on the wrong thing. There we are. Sorry about that. Let's just move along. I don't like that type of rap. The beat wasn't that bad, but distortion on the low end like that, it's just... that's not what I'm about, you know? I'm glad that that's what you're about, though. And if you're happy with it, it's good music. Now, the next one comes from Dick McGuffin. We've had this one before. Dick McGuffin, who says, bouncy, spacey, groovy jam to vibe to. Let me know what you think. Okay, that's what I'm here for. That's what we're going to do. Let's go. Oh, that's the entire thing. Cool. This is a nice and fun and kind of cute little track. For sure. From Dick McGuffin. Bouncy and cool and vibey, and I like all the flutes and everything that went on in there. All the percussion stuff made a lot of sense. The mix could be shaped up a little bit to have a little bit more contrast between what's on the low end and what's on the high end, you know? But it's not bad. Like the snare sample. It's a cool little rhythm. Dum 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 dum. It's nice. Feels like it needs to be developed into something more. Like it needs to evolve to the next stage and become like a finished thing, because this feels like a start of something. Something really promising and pretty cool with a lot of potential, but still, it needs a little bit more. And you know, those congas and boom, they do a lot of heavy lifting on that one. And that reminds me to start adding stuff like that myself. I bought a lot of percussive instruments a while back in a box just sitting over there, and I haven't used any of them yet. So that needs to be discovered, and something like that is going to happen on the second channel for sure. It's exactly the content I'm talking about. If I want to sit in here and sample a lot of different like knickknacks and edit that into something kind of cool, that would go on the second channel. Dick McGuffin, we don't have a lot more to say. It feels like you need to work this one into a proper track and finish it. The baseline idea here, the ground rules of it, the basics of it, that's already done here, is nice, and it has potential. It's cool, but it needs to be taken one step further. Sixth and Gustafson has been played. This one has also been played. Here we are. Martin Urban. Hey, Accurate. I submitted this one before a few weeks ago, but I didn't get played, so I'm just submitting it again in case you need a filler. Nothing fancy, just a simple beat made with ESP, but I like it. It's on Spotify if you want to shout it out, but that's up to you. I love the beat review. Or the last episode. I love the beat review. I try to be here regularly if possible. Keep it up. You're bringing some nice people together. Have a good one. Devil and Nazi, who has been featured before and who has been seen in the chat room a lot. And today, or 2 weeks ago, he sent this one in, and it's going to be played, and let's do it. In case you need a filler, nothing fancy. Yeah, but whatever. We're going to play everything today. So, this one from Devil and Nazi.
Quit, don't quit. Noodles, don't noodles. You are too concerned for what's and what will be.
That's cool. We have already been talking a lot about audio quality of things, bitrate and whatever. And in this case, it feels like this poor audio quality is definitely a part of the sound more than just, an unwanted artifact.
Quit.
Really choppy jazz piano kind of stuff. And this heavy, like, bombastic kind of drum track behind it. It just floats my boat. I like this a lot. I think it's cool. But, there's a lot of stylistic choices made here. And he said this one was made on the SP, and someone said, SP 1200. I doubt it. This feels like an SP 404, 303, whatever you want to say. Probably this one, the SP 404 Mark II, The tape compression on it, or the tape simulation, is kind of cool. And that's maybe what we're hearing. Would I hate this one if it had more of a hi-fi type of sound to it, with more high frequencies and just a different kind of balance and being more clear and crispy? I don't think that would make it necessarily worse, but it doesn't need it, because in this type of genre, this type of sound is kind of what you want to go for. It could be cool to see or to hear a polished version of this. That sounds more high quality, but you never know. I like this pattern a lot. Yeah, that's the 4/4. Let's go back to that little filter thing. I think we heard some of the frequencies I want more of. Yeah, that snare drum right there going. Some of those frequencies, some of that information would be cool. But, the drums, sloppy and cool. Choppy piano, cool. And sometimes I struggle with getting a good bass sound or filter out the bass in the sample on this before 4. I don't know why, but maybe that's what we're hearing here too. Because a part of me wants more clarity in the bass line too, and just, more clarity in the entire thing, but I might be wrong. Nice beat. The mix is a bit rough, but that's part of the charm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's probably a part of the style here, what you want to go for. Dirty says, is that an Oscar Peterson sample? That's impossible to tell. It's a nice beat though. Nice and solid and cool and vibey, for sure. And it's called Turtle Wisdom. So that counts for something. Now, we need to move along. 1, 2. So I think we have 13 beats to go. And it's 10:15, so we have been live for 2 hours and it's time to go, which I'm not gonna. We're gonna keep doing this. We're not gonna cut this short, but I might try to speed things up. And I'm trying to, but I just can't. Now, the next submission comes from Graham Beats. This is a new school beat. I will just pick one of my beats. Not gonna lie, it will be different from the beats you are used to. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be different from the beats you're used to. Thank you in advance. Okay, cool. I appreciate being upfront about that and like actually pointing out that this is a new school type of beat. It's not gonna be up your alley, or not what you're used to at least. So, sure. Let's give him the benefit of a doubt. The benefit of the doubt, or a benefit of the doubt. The benefit of a doubt, or a benefit of a doubt. One of those. Graham beats. Let's go. Jesus Christ, why is the volume... Sorry. That's more like it. Okay, cool. Let's go. Okay, so first of all, not gonna lie, it will be different from the beats you're used to. Thank you in advance. I don't know. This is a new school beat. I don't know. This feels pretty much like what we're used to listening to. You know? Whatever. This track is, it's fine. It's a little bit flat. It doesn't have a lot of personality. But the vibe of this is like melancholic and, laid back and easy and relaxed. And it's kind of cool. The chord progression and everything feels nice. And it has a vibe to it. But, as people are saying in the chat room too, sure, it needs more switch ups. Yeah, it does. But the hi-hat though. The hi-hat. Sometimes we get into the details and talking about programming hi-hats with different velocity values. So it feels like, different volumes over time. Doing is not always a bad thing. But when you do that and the volume of the hi-hat is this crazy, it's pretty much the only thing I can focus on. So the hi-hat just needs to be taken down in the mix. That's the first thing. But then I also kind of appreciate the lo-fi effect you put on the sample, the guitars and everything. Maybe it's a little bit too much to my taste. it's a little bit too obvious that you put something on there to make it sound dirty. It sounds dirty, but maybe not in the most dynamic and natural way. But now we're talking about the details. The first thing is the hi-hat. The second thing is creating a different section or a different pass that just allows something to happen. So it's nice, but it's a little bit flat. And the hi-hat that just makes it sound like it's hard to... This type of track with this kind of emotion without the hi-hat whatsoever could be a better choice than this, I think. But it's not a bad production. It's just, you made a few choices there with the hi-hat that doesn't really make sense. Let's move along to Waifu music. Sorry, I sent in a song with just my actual name, not the artist name. But it's a real solid flip of an old trap tune. I made all the synths in the song and I'm really proud of this one. Okay. So have we had this one before? Waifu Gram. So I don't know. No, that's not the same one either. Who knows? Waifu music. Let's get it. It's a real solid flip of an old trap tune. I made all the synths in the song and I'm really proud of this one. Okay, cool. The words old and trap doesn't work in my world, but sure. We need to extend that one. Keys and crates. Okay, cool. So a flip of an old trap beat. Let's see what that is. So that's 2 minutes right there. To the second, pretty much. So, first of all, I don't know what's the actual sample from an old trap beat here. I don't know what's what. But you made all the synths yourself. Okay, cool. You made the drums too? I mean, I don't know. The production of this, I don't know what's you and what's the sample. It's a real solid flip of an old trap tune. Is this some kind of mashup or something that I don't understand? Well, honestly, this is the last show that we do, at least on this channel. I gotta be honest. I don't understand this. This is not up my alley at all. I don't understand what this is and how you're supposed to enjoy it. I can obviously hear that there's a lot of like music production tricks going on here, and it's technically good for sure. Everything is on beat and everything just, it sits nicely in the mix and everything's what it's supposed to be. But in terms of my musical taste and everything, I don't get this. Sure, everything about the chords and I mean, also a lot of work behind those drums, I guess. Waifu says it's just a vocal sample. Okay, I get it. So the thing I just get in, whatever it is, that's the sample, and everything else has been added. That's impressive. That's cool. Still though, this dubsteppy, I'm sure it's not dubstep. I'm sure there's another word for it. But to me, it's dubsteppy with all the automation and all the stuff going on with the synths. I mean, it's hard and it's cool. It's kind of exciting, but it's in a genre that it's just beyond me, I don't understand it. I have a hard time appreciating it because I'm too stupid to kind of understand it. But I'm sure this is good. From a music production perspective, I can see that there's a lot of work going in here. Everything that you made yourself about the drums and the chords and everything, that's you. Cool. It's great job, It's good. And this is nice and moody and feels like kind of a video game. Nice and dreamy. And then we're back to that. It's kind of cool, but it's not my thing at all. Salberts is leaving us for tonight. Night mode in the studio reminds me of going to bed. Thanks for all accurate. Hope to see you live soon in another high quality show like this. I will miss it. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like that too. I'm gonna miss this. This is cool. It's really cool. I'm just saying that I don't think it's good for me and my channel. Because at the end of the day, I do care about the channel and I want to make stuff that people enjoy and whatever. You enjoy this, me too. This is surely going to continue somewhere else. I'm not going to keep doing it on the main channel. It just hurts it. Just feels like it. So Salberts, I hope I'm going to see you in the next place where I do this. Sharing music like this, talking about it for 4 hours is fantastic. And it's been great. Salberts out. Peace. So, waifu music, I don't want to hate on this. I don't. I'm just trying to be as honest as I can to say that I appreciate all the work that's been put into this piece of music. But it's in a genre that's so far from what I am and what I listen to that I have a hard time saying anything valuable. I'm noticing all the different pitch shifting effects on the hi-hats and everything, and it's cool. You put a lot of effort into this, and you should be proud of it. I'm just sorry that I'm the guy who says that I don't understand it. It's a me problem. It's not you. It's me. You know? So, another one. Another piece of music from another person who submitted. Cage Futaba. Hi, I'm not sure mine is gonna make it onto your channel, but I hope I can get an honest opinion. I made this beat with FL Studio. I wanted it to sound like trip hop. A trip hop beat that can you feel... I made this beat with FL Studio. I wanted it to sound like a trip hop beat that can make you feel levitate. I'm sensing a bit of weakness on this one. Truly appreciate your content and thanks for this review session. Love and respect from Japan. Yeah, we've had this guy on before, saying something similar, talking about trip hop and levitation. And he actually wrote me after the fact on Instagram, I think. What just happened? And he was like sorry that he embarrassed me, and I had to kind of tell him that you didn't. It's just a case of me not totally understanding. Again, but this time around, let's have a listen to it and talk about it as usual. No special treatment or anything. Talking about trip hop and a feeling that makes you want to levitate. Not sure how to grasp that, but still. Let's go. Okay, my bad. Let's go. Yeah, okay. Trip hop that makes you want to levitate. Sure, I get it. And, you know, drums like that, you can talk about hip hop, you can talk about lo-fi, boom bap, trip hop, whatever. Drums like this sends some type of emotion. It just does. It feels cool and grungy and dark and sad and also hopeful. You know, a lot of stuff just from the drums. And then with all these different percussions and stuff. What did you call it? Didn't we hear this one already? Maybe we did. Maybe it's the same one. Maybe it's the same guy. Fuck. We did. My bad. It's actually the same track. I marked it. It's marked since before. I just did not get that. So let's not dive into everything about that. It's cool. It's a nice track. I talked about it before. It's a little bit flat, but I do understand the trip hop references and everything. But yeah, it's been played. I thought he submitted another one, but no, this one was played. Let's instead move along to Sixten, who has been featured before. Let's hope that this is not the same track as we've heard before. I should be able to get that from the file name. And no. This is something new. So, okay, now I messed everything up again. Yeah, I fucked everything. Oh, Jesus. YouTube. Did you mean YouTube? Yes, I did mean YouTube. Sorry for not being perfect. Accurate beats. File name. No. This is something new. That's not what we want to do. YouTube. Okay. I'm getting all sorts of errors here. Live. My God. My computer just does not want to cooperate. That's not what we want to do. Okay. No. Maybe it's time for me to start looking for the chat room in the actual streaming in OBS. Or maybe not. Let's see. No, here we are. We're up and running again. Cool. So, yeah, we're going to move on to Sixten Gustafson. Hey again. Thanks for the opportunity to get some feedback. I released this track last summer, and I want to like to hear what you think about it. And again, that's what we do here. That's the entire purpose. Me and you. Opinions and music. Sixten Gustafson, a Swedish beatmaker who has been featured before, making some good stuff. This one has not been played. I'm sorry for making that mistake. Let's go. Sixten Gustafson has a vibe to him. It feels effortless somehow. It's just good. Straight up good stuff. Plain and simple. I do really appreciate this section right here. Yeah, that's cool. A little bit strange, and then back to it. Something about the swing and the vibe. I mean, this guy knows rhythm for sure. And making a production like this sound this finished and polished and effortlessly done it's great. I mean, he might have worked on this one for 2 weeks. I don't know. But it kind of feels like, yeah, I'm just going to put that in there, and I'm just going to do that, and it's finished. You know? Impressive stuff. Nice mix. And it has a lot of personality to it, and it's vibey and cool. The drums, the bass, everything's in there. And, you know, having that clear kind of melody in there, but not overdoing it, not using it for every single loop, to me, that's awesome. Because you could make that into the entire track and have that work as like the main character for it. But you didn't. You held it back when you needed to, and you put it on in the forefront when you needed to. And that, to me, is just classy. That's a nice touch. All these things in the impressive stuff. This one was made by Sixten Gustafson. I guess it's 610. But yeah. Sixten Gustafson. Nice fucking work. I appreciate that. In terms of criticism and stuff, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, there's obviously so many creative choices going on here. Just the fact that the bass line has this slow attack and being like, it doesn't make sense. But in the track, it makes perfect sense. You know what you're doing. I don't have a lot to say about this one. Sixten. Sixten is kind of a funny name in Swedish, though. No one's called Sixten. No one's called that. It's like being named... I don't know, being like 15 and being named Henry. Whatever. Next one comes from Slim Tony. Hey, Accurate. Thanks for making this. It's always cool to get critiqued. I made this beat 2 weeks ago and I would love your... No, this one has been played. Almost made the same mistake again. That one has been played. No. The next one comes from Cam K. Appreciate the show and the time. Thank you. Nice and simple like that. Cool. Cam K. Let's go. Complete silence. FLP. It's an FLP file. And I don't know, but I guess FLP is like Fruity Loops project. Like an FL Studio beat. And I can't open that, you know? You need to export it as a WAV file or an MP3 or whatever. So unfortunately, Cam K is not going to get his or her beat played because I can't open the file. Let's see what it does in Finder if I just try to preview No, doesn't know what it is. I don't have FL Studio installed, and I guess if you use like plugins or samples that I don't have, it's not going to work either, so no. The next one comes from Tyler Wagner. It's just a nice flip of a song. It just came mad quick to me, and I made all the sentences out myself. Love ya and your stuff, man. Keys plus crates, rough metal. We've had that one. Yep, it's that one. Okay. That's the person who kind of messed up the naming. Okay, using his real name and then his artist name, so it's been played. Nice. We're moving along in the list here. We are. And the next one comes from Ayodi Adoye Adeyemo. Who says, I tried to experiment, I guess, with a new crossover of genres. Essentially, this was me interpreting drum and bass with an African basis. Okay, I hope you enjoy. It's very experimental, still very new to production. I hope you enjoy. Okay, still very new to production. That says something. Let's give it a try. Drum and bass and African music. Woo, I don't know about this. Let's lower the volume just to make sure. It's also 8.5 minutes long. We're going to play 2 minutes. So we're actually going to stop it right there. That's 2 minutes, but we're going to skip ahead and see what happens. Because it feels like this one has a lot of potential to become, doomsh, doomsh, doomsh. But in kind of a cool way. So far, it hasn't really begun. That's the feeling I get. It doesn't really... Yeah, the beat never begun. This has been an intro so far. A really cool one at that, and maybe this is in the genre, but I just want some proper drums on top of everything we've heard so far. All the different like African percussions and all the samples and stuff, it's really cool. And the different rhythms and stuff that just happens, It's nice, but it needs to be reinforced. I mean, is that all we're getting in terms of oomph? I'm not sure. Let's skip ahead to like 3 minutes in, or 3.5. Okay. So there's a lot of bass. And some 808s and stuff. I guess that's all we're getting. And the entire thing feels like a build-up somehow. Just because we're not getting the punch. You know? Over here, we're getting all the frequencies. We're getting everything. We have some melodic stuff, some harmonic stuff, some rhythm stuff. Sure. But we don't have the oomph. We don't have the kick, the punch, the power, the emphasis. So it feels to me like you're definitely onto something really cool here. In terms of the musical style and the combination of genres, I don't hate it. It's not really what I do, or at all what I do, but it's kind of cool. But it deserves a rock solid foundation. Somewhere. You know, an 808 like that, I guess the waveform of that is just like a big sausage and a little bit of a tail. But you need a punch. You need a kick somewhere, like a peak in the transient, instead of going doom, 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 doom. It needs to be boom, you know? Boom, 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 boom. I can't make that noise with my mouth, and definitely not in the mic, but it feels like a build-up. It feels like a super long intro, and it's cool atmospheres, and it has a lot of cool stuff going for it. I just need some basic foundation, some hard-hitting drums somewhere that actually has a little bit of punch and a transient to it. Well, not bad, but a little bit different. And you said it was really experimental and you're still new to production. And it feels like you put a lot of time and work into this one. And it's nice. But you do need the foundation, to me. I don't know this genre, but it feels like you need a proper dance EDM type of drum kit in there. So that's all we're going to say about that one. And then we're going to move along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 beats left. I don't know how this is gonna turn out, but we're listening to 9 more beats. That's the Fruity Loops file, and that's that, and we are over here. Renee Mayer, who has been featured before, which is cool. Yo, Accurate. Today something completely different from me. I tried some 80s synthesizer music. Okay. I know, not your style, but maybe some people in the chat can enjoy it. Every patch, not the drums, was made on the Arturia Micro Mini Freak, which I've had for some weeks. Me too. More than a few weeks though, but yeah, the Mini Freak is a great synth. A great synth. You made everything on it except from the drums, and that's fun. Let's enjoy some 80s synth music. Yeah, it's him. My bad. Yeah. So my bad. Renee, I should have known. Renee Mayer is Kane Kane TV. That's the same person. My bad. Kane TV or Renee Mayer. So this is, I mean, it's 80s for sure. But when you write something like that in the forum, I immediately think that it's gonna be 80s, like bubblegum, lollipop type of pop. And it's not. This has some vibes to it, some emotional stuff. It's dark in a cool way. But you gotta hit the head on the nail with everything else. The tom-toms, the different synths, the drums, the different ways you harmonize everything. It feels really, really 80s. But I like the fact that it's dark, you know? Maybe that bass line is a little bit loud, but this lead section over here, the lead synth. I mean, don't get me wrong, it fits nicely in there. But I think you could have added more notes in there, just to make it a little bit more stand out a little bit more as a solo kind of thing. Here we go. You know, it could do, but I don't know if you need it. It's nice and smooth like this, almost sinister. Yeah. It's given Kavinsky. Now you're just dropping names in the chat room that I don't know, but it's cool. It's cool. I don't know what to say. It's different and it's very 80s. I think you hit the head on the nail perfectly. But I'm glad it wasn't like, you know, Never Gonna Give You Up type of vibes, but a little bit darker, a little bit more moody. And it's kind of cool. But of course, I mean, someone like me, these drums, I always say that I hate reverb on snares, and you know, this is the type of music that hatred comes from. But it's cool. Something completely different. Thank you. A nice palette cleanser, taking us back to the 80s. We have more beats to go, for sure, so let's just keep moving. We went from Renee Mayer. 2. Sam Aunlay. Sam Aunlay. Which is a name I think I recall from before. This is the third ever song I made for my girlfriend. I made it only on BandLab. Hope you enjoy. So I played around with BandLab a little bit with my daughter, and it feels like it could be a cool platform, but it also has a lot of pre-made loops and stuff. So let's give you the benefit of the doubt. And let's hope that this is not just pre-made loops put together. Let's have a listen. Okay, that's 2 minutes of it. And now I'm noticing that I'm just a fucking elitist musician kind of guy. I don't want to be that. I don't. But something that sounds like this, and you said, this is the third song I ever made for my girlfriend. I guess it's not the third song you made for your girlfriend. I guess it's the third song you ever made, and it's for your girlfriend. I made it only BandLab. Hope you enjoy. And, you know, I don't want to be the guy just hating on a platform like BandLab because I know it can be used for good. But if this is the third song you've ever made, and you've used BandLab, and it sounds like this, I don't even know how to... Yeah. Making music is a process that could be super simple, or super complex, or anywhere in between. Using BandLab and using the pre-made loops, because I'm sorry, I'm just gonna assume that that's what you've done. You've taken a lot of loops from BandLab and just put it on the timeline and arranged something. Because that's what I think. Maybe you're super talented and you just know everything about everything that you do, and you're like placing every single note in there. In that case, salute to you. I do think that this is more a case of you arranging the pre-made loops in BandLab into this. And it's still a creative piece of work, of course. You're putting your own ideas about what thing goes with what and everything. But as far as I know, BandLab is also like pitch shifting everything to make everything make sense, making the process of making music simpler than what someone like me is used to, because I'm old school and I'm true school or whatever, and I'm very particular about these things. Not hating on this though, because the outcome here is good. This is not a bad piece of music. It's not. But I would have tried to do same with another one we listened to a while back. More proper drums and more energy in terms of, the movement of it. It feels really atmospheric and cool and nice. But if I were to arrange this, I would put more emphasis on the actual drums. But also, I'm from the time where we care about placing notes. Or if it's a sample, to chop it up and change it and edit it to something new and make it like that. And I don't want to be elitist like that and say that this is not really music making, but a part of me feels that way nonetheless. That this is not really making music. This is placing pre-made loops on a timeline. Or, and I don't think that's the same thing as producing music. Because I'm an ass, I guess. But for 30 seconds, let's just say that you have produced this in a way that someone like me feels is your work. This is good. In that case, this is really good. I don't have much bad to say about it, but thinking about the arrangement, I'm still standing by what I said about having more of actual tempo and more drums. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. Let's move along. That one. Yeah. And the thing that makes me feel something about this is that if you hadn't told me that this was made in Bandcamp and it's your third song ever, this is good stuff. I would treat this differently, which makes it not fair, because who am I to say how you're supposed to make beats and not? I guess I can't. I shouldn't. Everything is cool. Creativity is what it is. I'm not allowed to set the rules for how things are supposed to be made. I don't want to be that guy. So if you wouldn't have told me that, I would say something different. But I can't, because I am me. Let's move along to AD Beats, who has been featured before. This track hasn't been played now. Cool. AD Beats, hey again, accurate. Hopefully you get to review this one day. This is the day. This is the day we're listening to this track from AD Beats. It's called Supreme 1. Why is it called Supreme 1? Is it because I have it since before? That's what it is. It got misplaced on the timeline. Let's see if we have another one called Supreme. And we don't. So no, this is probably the first time. Let's go. AD Beats. No, we have heard that one before. I don't know when, but we have had it before. So let's skip that one. I'm sorry. Just a few seconds. Yes, for sure. That one's been played, I know. Boom. Let's move along to Ferdy B. Hey, hi Acu. I love your channel and thanks for doing this. Okay, cool. Thank you. Ferdy B. Let's play this one.
Man, people have been using me all my life. Yeah. That hunky's using me, so what? You know, I'm glad he's using me. Because I'm gonna make a piss pot full of money. And I'm gonna live like a prince, a fucking black prince.
I think we've had this one before. Damn.
Man.
Can I see? Yes, I can. Okay, this one was played last time too. So, I'm probably messing something up. Let's see if this one is the same. That one's new to me. So, okay. We're just gonna move along. I can't make these kinds of mistakes. Martin Massive, who has been featured before, but this track still seems like a new track for me. Midnight. Let's Midnight. No, this one has not been featured. Cool. Martin Massive says, "What's up, Accurate? I flipped some punk for this one. Hope you don't hate it." I might do. Yeah, okay. So cool. No. Martin Massive. Cool. Sampled some punk for this one. That's cool. Someone pointed out that this could fit, what did you say? This beat could be used for Nelly, featuring Missy Elliott. for Taxi. Okay. I mean, the drums has a little bit of that Timbaland quality to it. For sure. There we are. And also dum 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 dum. Sure. I'm not crazy about the snare sample. To be specific about something. And having a section in this track that just drops the bass line would make it, that would be such a huge change because the bass line drives the entire thing forward. We normally talk about bass lines as actual notes playing some type of counter melody or something. This bass is more like boom, 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 boom. Doesn't do much in terms of notes, and it's really cool. Could even be a drone. I don't know. This is cool. I mean, the energy of this one is great. As an instrumental in itself, sure, could work in any type of movie or whatever. Like a chasing scene. Someone running down a bunch of stairs. Or like maybe even a car chase. But it's a little bit flat when it comes to the dynamics of it. It's cool. It has a vibe and it has energy and everything, but since nothing really happens, it just becomes this... In Sweden we say carpet or rug. It just becomes a wall of sound that doesn't really tell much of a story. Everything doesn't always have to tell much of a story, sure. But the combination of the different sounds here is great. But the musical idea that lies beneath all these things is not that interesting. Like those vocal chops though. And you could put some more clarity in the mix and it would just translate differently. But it's not bad. Made So Well calls it monotonous, a word I can't say. Monotone, monotonous. And that's maybe what it is. But the ground, the basic idea for the track with the drums and everything is not bad. And it does have a little bit of that Timbaland quality to it. It's just hidden in stuff that lacks in personality a little bit. So let's move along to another one from Chevy Ramlan. Chevy Ramlan? Ramlogan? Hey Accurate, thanks for giving back to the community and doing these reviews. Yep, I'm just gonna stop. It's been a while since I've submitted, and with my work hours I don't get a lot of time to watch live. This is an older beat made mostly in Machine and finished in Logic. Okay, cool. Machine and Logic, that's a solid setup. I need to make this window way bigger. I don't know why I don't. And there we are, and the chat room is over there. That's nice. Cool. Who was this from? This was from Chevy. No. Yo, Chevy. Let's go. Yeah, this is nice. If this was the last track for today, it would be such a great fit. Feels like something to end the live stream on. But this is good. I heard a few notes in there that was a little bit spicy. Maybe that's cool, maybe that's intentional, or maybe it's just, a false note. But the vibe here, I mean, the Rhodes piano, the laid back drums, that entire like summery kind of nice cozy vibe makes a lot of sense. And it's not just happy and summery like that. It has a little bit of darkness to it, and it's really nice. Yeah, I appreciate the use of the cymbals here. Just before the, That's a nice touch. And from a musical perspective, whoa, from a musical perspective, this is really cool. You have a lot of counter melodies, like the Rhodes doing one thing, and then this guitar thing coming in and just playing off it, and it works together with this really nicely sounding bass line. I love the sound of the bass line on this one. It's a bass sound I struggle with myself. Sometimes I want that like super compressed, nice and snappy bass sound, and it's difficult. And you did it perfectly. Focus on the bass line. One thing that feels a little bit strange is that the Rhodes piano doesn't have much effects at all. It's not it's not drowned in reverb, but then you have the guitar that's like heavily processed. So why is that? Does that make sense? It would be cool to have a little bit of reverb or just longer sustain on the reverb on the Rhodes. And maybe cleaning up the guitar a little bit. The guitar sounds like, yeah, I have a lot of pedals and I want to use them all, And that adds to this dreamy, summery vibe of it. But I want a little bit more of that on the Rhodes for this style. And sure, it's a little bit repetitive when you listen to it like that, but someone says almost reggae, almost lo-fi. Well, something like that. It's a really clean production. Yeah, for sure, it is. Drums are too clean for my taste. Yeah, okay. I don't think so. I think it's nice. Good. I mean, this is obviously a musician who made a little bit of music, and it feels good, sounds good. It is good. Really cool stuff. The next one is Mickey Cuts, but that one has been played. So let's go to Beat Owl. Are you still here? Are you still with us? Yes, you are. The next submission comes from Beat Owl. Beat Owl, Hannibal Actor. Hi, it's me again. The track is called Spicy Notes. So I guess we're going to get a few spicy notes in this one. At least if you're not lying to us, Beat Owl, here we go. So, it's cool. Beat Owl with Spicy Notes on Accurate Beats Radio. You know, this is cool. This track kind of grew on me as I played it. But you know, Beat Owl with the drums and the vibes, everything's in there. It's cool. It's cool. And it feels like I kind of know what you did. How you just went about finding different slice points and just chopping it up and playing things, having a feel, and it's cool. But it almost, I gotta be honest, it almost sounds like, you know, there's a lack of direction somehow. A bass line, a proper bass line that just holds the ground for you, just keeps things in check, would probably make this one easier to listen to. But the piano chords, the piano notes, I mean, the really busy ones that goes like, it's cool. And then we get a little bit of breathing because of the trombone or whatever that is. But everything is a little bit spicy. It is. Working on the mix though. Yeah, maybe you are working on the mix. It's na na na. I like that turnaround a lot. The more I listen to it, the more I like it. It's a little bit experimental and a little bit spicy and a little bit out there. And I like that to a certain extent. But maybe it could be cleaned up a little bit and, you know, put a little bit of filtering on the sample to get rid of some stuff and, you know, get some space for a bass line. Is that necessary in this style, in this genre? Maybe not. Maybe not. A lot of people in the chat room, I mean, Made So Well is always supportive. Nice piano section, great samples. It was cheeky. Yeah, this is cool. What else can we say? I mean, you know what you did. With the drums being that wonky and that kind of strange, but still having the movement, it's cool. And I don't know why, but I'm thinking A Tribe Called Quest for some reason. Beat Owl with Spicy Notes. Thanks a lot. That's a cool listen. Cool listen for sure. Now we have another one of those guys who has been here before, and we appreciate him. Raw Digs, Raphael Lower. Are you still here in the chat? Are you still watching us? Still hanging out? Even if you don't, we're going to play your beat. So it doesn't really matter, but it's always fun to have people available. Raw Digs says, hello Accurate and community. Raw Digs checking in again. Today I'd love to hear your thoughts on this track, which might not even be a beat, to be honest. It could end up being an intro for another song or even an album. Still figuring that out. It's short, heavy, frantic and chaotic. That was exactly the vibe I was aiming for when I made it. I wanted to create something that feels suffocating. A reflection of the intense times we're living through. But in the end, just me having fun again. Okay, so this is going to be different. Raw Digs is normally giving us a lot of really well-produced fire beats. This might not even be a beat. Could end up as an intro for another song or even an album. It's short, heavy, frantic, chaotic. Okay, it's exactly 2 minutes, so let's listen to the entire thing from Raw Digs. And yeah, he doesn't make an appearance in the chat room, so I guess he's not here. Let's listen to Raw Digs. Turn down the volume. I just feel like I need it. Okay.
Sei que a gente se acostuma.
Último favorzinho.
Mas não devia.
A gente se acostuma, se acostuma.
All Russians above.
Love the bomb and moving picture.
Picture.
Raw Digs back again with some fire kind of stuff. You know, we talk about techniques of production, we're talking about samples, we're talking about drums and everything, but we're also talking about musical taste every now and then. And, you know, I'm a big fan of Raw Digs. Everything he does is just great. And this is no exception. If you don't consider this to be like a beat, sure, I understand what you're saying, because it doesn't have this structure of, you know, going from that loop to another one, back to the first one. It's more chaotic than that. But it's also so much fun. So much fun. Let's just jump in again.
Se acostuma, se acostuma.
You know, finding all those different samples and making them work together like that, it's the art form of beat making. This whole genre comes from DJing. And a collage, someone called this a collage. A collage like this just makes you realize that there's a correlation between DJing and beat making for real. When you have all these different, you know, some spoken word samples in there, and then there's so much stuff that just happens. And everything works. Nothing is out there. There's nothing that just sticks out, you know. Nothing that's just, oh, that's a sour note, or that doesn't seem to work with the harmony. Nothing like that. It's all well selected samples used in a great way. So many things going on at once. That synth thing in the background going. What can I say about this? If you want to use this one as an intro for an entire album or beat tape or whatever you do, it's a great fit for something like that, for sure. It's also just, could just be one of the tracks as it is. 100%. Damn. People are calling out RJD2, LP, Fatboy Slim. Sure. Get all that. I get all of that. Kane TV, peace out for tonight, and I hope to see you back on the channel whenever I make videos, and also on live streams, whatever I come up with. You never know. Kane TV, peace out. Or Raffle Mo and Lower. I forgot again. Raw Digs, let's move along. Now, we are closing in on this list of beats, for sure. What? Okay, let me double check on this. I filled all my activity rings. Okay. I'm just sitting here. So let's double check on this. Everything has a yellow star, except from 2 beats. The way it looks right now, we have 2 more beats to go on this last show of the beat reviews. 2 more beats. One comes from Buzz Music and one comes from HBR36. Okay, we're going to do that one last. So first of all, Buzz Music. First of all, I mean second to last. Buzz Music says old beat Mike X SE. MPC X SE dollar bin sample called happy.mp3. Cool. Buzz Music with another submission. Buzz Music has been featured before, and it's time again with the track called Happy. Let's go! that's going to be it for the second to last beat from Buzz Music, called Happy.mp3. And yeah, it's a happy beat for sure. I gotta be honest and say that I think you made some poor decisions about the mixing of this one. I understand what you're trying to do here, and it's cool, but it just needs, in my book at least, it needs to be balanced differently somehow. Because the bass is cool, the sample flip is cool, the drums is cool, the drums are cool, except from the hi-hat. The hi-hat is a little bit crazy. It's a nice sounding hi-hat, but I'm just hearing too much of it. It needs to be lower in volume. That's what I think about the hi-hat. And that Rhodes, ba-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. You know, the entire vibe is like bum-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. It's nice and happy, maybe a little bit over the top with the feeling, but you know, you gotta have all sorts of emotions on your in your tool belt. This is cool. I would just take everything down in volume when it comes to the mixing and start from the get-go. Just start from the beginning, introducing one thing at a time, and just seeing how things work together. It sounds to me like you need to scoop out a lot of filters, a lot of frequencies with a filter on the different elements of the track. The bass is cool, it needs to be lower, and you also have a bunch of low frequencies left in the sample parts of it. And the other, like the Rhodes piano, for instance, that's something that a lot of people don't think about. But when you play a Rhodes piano on the lower register, in the lower notes on the keyboard, the notes just has, the sound itself has a lot of body and a lot of oomph to it, and that's what we like about the Rhodes. But when you're trying to combine that with an actual bass line, sometimes you can get into some tricky territories. Andy33 says, always something to complain about. Yeah, there's always something to complain about. In my own music too. In anything. You can play me whatever you want, and I will always be able to complain. Especially in this, concept, in this form that we made, I'm here to complain. I'm here to say what's good and what I like about something, and also what could be improved. And it's all my opinions, and it's subjective, and I'm wrong half of the time. You know, it's just what it is. It's a nice beat. But it's a nice beat. But if you move in there with a filter to just, or an EQ, and just, you know, this element in here, what do I want from this element? Do I want all the bass? If not, take some of it out. Do I want the super ringy type of frequencies going on the hi-hat? Maybe not. Grab a filter, scoop some of it out, and just leave some space in there. Create some air, you know? But it's a nice production. The flip of everything is cool. Buzz Music is here, and he appreciates the feedback as it makes us better choices. Well, as I said, I'm wrong a lot of the times too. The bass here is really cool. I'm just not hearing the clarity of the bass the way it deserves. Well, now let's move into the last submission for today, and maybe for all of my beat review live streams. I'm gonna sit around and talk about that for a couple of minutes after this beat is done. if you want to be here and help me out to just think about stuff or whatever, I'm going to be here for a bit. But now, time for the last beat from HBR36, who says, "Hey, Accurate, I hope you're good and that everything is going..." Let's do that again. "Hey, Accurate, I hope you're good and that everything is going well for you. This week I'm sending you a quiet and jazzy boom bap beat to chill to. I hope you will enjoy the vibe. Peace." So, HBR36 over there. Let's play this one. Yeah, that's a pretty nice beat to end the show on. What did he say about it himself? He said, "Quiet and jazzy boom bap beat to chill to." Yeah, that's exactly what I got from that. The only thing, let's start with the criticism and then just, as I said about Beat Owl, it feels like a production with no real destination. And you don't always need that, especially not for music and beats made to like chill to, you know? You don't always need a strong sense of direction. And if that's the case, that's the case. And this lack of destination, that's the only word I can come up with right now, also adds to the entire chillness and the like effortlessness of it. It doesn't really, it's not very thought evoking, which makes you just relax and chill out. And that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be chill and jazzy, and it was. And I think it's cool. I like this one a lot, and I think it's a really good way to just end the stream with this one. As the last beat for my beat review series, this is fitting, you know? These notes, they're like sad in a way that feels like, yeah, goodbye everyone, I'm never gonna see you again, which is not true, but you know. It's a nice contrast between that super old schooly, hip-hoppy, nice type of bass sound, and then the crispy piano notes going on top, just playing around over there. And this is what I'm talking about sometimes, building a foundation of something. Here you have the bass line and the drums in perfect harmony, they just sit there. I guess I could just listen to the bass line and the drums for days, or use that as a backing track for scratching. You know, something like that could work. And again, we're talking about a sample with pretty lousy audio quality. And in this case, it works really well because you have the crispiness in the drums, you have the depth in the bass, and then you have these piano chords and the little finger and the traces of a melody that just contrasts in a really cool way. So yeah, I like this one a lot. It's a cool thing, cool beat to end the show with. And I'm going to put a yellow star on that one, which means it's been played. Cool. HBR36. Thank you for sending that one in. That's nice. This is not going to be totally accurate, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 files inside of the VLC media player. That's a lot. And some of them we played before and I had to skip them and whatever. So let's subtract like 3 from here. And we played a lot of music tonight. And we have said a lot of words about all those pieces of music too. Awesome. Cool. So, I am realizing that before going live tonight, I should have thought about a proper structure and a proper way to move forward. I hadn't, and I still haven't. Because to me, this is pretty tricky. I think what we built here, even though right now we have 33 viewers, you know, it's not a lot of viewers, but it feels like a positive, beautiful, great, helpful community. And I don't want to break that apart. I don't. But as I said in the beginning of this, it doesn't make sense for me anymore to do these kinds of live streams or my random beat making sessions on the same YouTube channel that I'm trying to make into something bigger, better, other, you know? Because again, it's a matter of the algorithms on YouTube. I know subscribers isn't the way to count anymore. But still, I got to 100,000 subscribers and then it totally just blocked out. Nothing more happened. And since then, we've gained like 7,000 subs. We're talking about, what was that ago? Like 3 years ago? So obviously my channel is not growing, and that's maybe how things go. That's maybe how it goes these days. But whenever I make a video on something that I want to push out there, and I really want people to see it because I just want that, I think it deserves it. I'm noticing I'm getting less and less views by the week, you know. Not doing streams like this is not like the end-all, be-all solution for that, I know. But moving back to making videos about stuff that can be beneficial to like the average consumer, the average beat maker, new beat makers, beginners, as well as people who's been doing this for a few years. So on the main channel, it's gonna be, I think this makes sense, to focus on videos with actual production value and videos that are helpful. I keep coming back to that word because that's what I think is important here. I can't have a channel and doing beat review live streams and then beat making live streams and maybe just a video of me making beats and then talking about a piece of gear and then you know, taking a DJ mixer apart and replacing the crossfader and talking about that. And then talking about rerouting my my cables. You know, it's not a vlog. It's not that type of world anymore. It used to be like that. I could just build a channel and post videos every week in different kind of genres, I guess, or with different topics. Nowadays, I think I need to, for the algorithm's sake, not for me, but for the algorithm, I think I need to be more concise about what I do and what I put my time into. Putting time into this is different. This doesn't really have anything to do with building my channel, getting views, getting sponsorships, making this into a living. None of that. And it's still like the most fun thing I've done. You know, making these beat review live streams is a blast. I think this is awesome. And in my life as a person, I am really lonely. You know, I don't have that many friends. I'm not that social of a guy. And finding community like this, and sure, I'm putting myself in a position where I'm kind of having opinions about you guys and not letting you. I don't know. It's weird, but that's what it is. And doing this is really cool. I love this. I love this. But it doesn't feel like it's a good fit for my channel. And I can't just not care about the channel. That doesn't work. That's pretty much what I've done the last couple of years. But it doesn't feel fair. It doesn't feel fair. That can't be written in the book about my life, that I built a channel and I had supporters and followers and fans and I made stuff that people found helpful and cool and inspiring and whatever. And then I just stopped caring, doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that and just, you know. I'm still really late on this thing, but I think it's time to grab on to the opportunity that I've pretty much built for myself here. You know? You had a lot of sympathy subs 3 years ago after what you went through. Okay? That feels unnecessary to even say. And I don't think that's true. Actually. But sure, sympathy subs. Maybe that's what it is. Let's not even talk about subs. You know, it's not about subscribers anymore. I know that. But having 107,000 subscribers and making a video that I find interesting, and that video gets 3,000 views, and YouTube is obviously not pushing it whatsoever. It is what it is. But I'm gonna try to focus my main channel on stuff that feels like they could get views. I'm not gonna clickbait. I'm not gonna do anything I don't stand for. Nothing like that. It just needs to be restructured, this entire thing. So let me say this out loud and promise you guys, because no matter if you think that I got sympathy subs, fuck you, by the way. Even if you think that, and even if that's true, this concept, even though we're 35 people right here, in here right now, this concept still has a value. Not because it's a lot of people, nothing like that, but because people seem to enjoy it. You know? So we're going to keep doing beat reviews. We are. Not on this channel, though. Because, you know, pushing notifications about this to a potential audience of 100k subs and then having like 30 people show up. It's great for us, for you and for me, but for the other 100,000 subscribers, they don't care and they shouldn't have to. So let's try to move my main channel into something with like a broader audience. That's what I'm saying. And let's keep doing our things. in different places. I think you have to have a certain number of followers to even be able to live stream on YouTube. That's what it used to be. I'm going to have to look into that. But if that's not an issue, maybe we're just flat out going to move this to the second channel on YouTube. Or maybe we're doing it on Twitch. I don't know. You can hear me just think about this as I go. I don't know. But again, if you want to be in on it and know about what this concept and this project is going to be, Instagram to follow me is an idea. Joining the Discord, jumping into one of the servers and having a conversation about this is an idea, and also getting updates. Becoming a channel member, becoming a Patreon, there's all sorts of things. If you feel like you miss me and you miss this concept, tell me. Please. Talk to each other or whatever, and let's build this somewhere else. I think Twitch is the place, because we're talking live streams that goes for hours. And then on Twitch, I could do a live stream, and then I could save that stream as an actual file and post that on YouTube. That's also a solution. Not on the main channel, but you know what I'm saying. It's definitely niche content in terms of beat reviews, but it's very much appreciated. Looking forward to them in the future, wherever they are. That's totally fine. I'll follow you, no big deal. Okay, cool. You weren't active for a while. You weren't active for a while. I think that's having the bigger impact. I've seen it happen. Sympathy, whatever. I don't think it has that much to do with anything. Yeah, I know. I weren't active for a while. Life happened, and that punished me. Of course it did. But getting back on the train again by doing these things just doesn't feel like the way to do it. So whatever. I'm actually kind of upset about that comment. That doesn't feel... NYC TV NYC. You had a lot of sympathy subs 3 years ago after what you went through. Fuck you, man. Okay, I'm not even signed in on YouTube. Okay, now I am. Okay, my bad. YouTube Studio. Let's check this out. I'm not going to show you guys. I'm just going to sit here and mumble about this myself. Analytics. Viewers. Okay, we're talking about subs. Okay, and that's not even a metric anymore, I think. Who cares about this? I shouldn't even care about this. Fuck that. We're closing that window. Okay. I don't know. However, this concept is fun, and some of you are appreciating it. I know that. So let's keep doing this somehow on a different, smaller scale, because, the community we have is not that big, and it's not supposed to be that big, as long as we can do our thing. One thing that would be really cool, just putting it out there, would be to do beat reviews and not just having me as a solo person on the mic. Inviting one of you guys to have opinions and talk about things too. Actually making the thing into a conversation. So if any one of you would be interested in doing that, please hit me up. But I don't know. Yeah, this is the last beat review in this form. We're going to find a different form, a different platform, whatever, another way to do it, and it's going to be better, smaller, and I don't know. However, you guys have been here for yet another evening. For 4 hours now, which is crazy. That I've done this for 4 hours. I don't know. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Thanks for appreciating this entire concept of doing the beat reviews. I'm sorry, but I have decided to not move forward with this. This is going to be the last beat review episode on this channel. That's just what it is. We're going to find another way to do it. I'm going to talk about it on social media and in the different forums we have and everything. So if you want to be a part of this and you are excited to stay active and whatever, we are going to find a way. We're going to have a solution for that. We had a great run here. 25 episodes. 26 now with this one. And a bunch of beats. You guys are amazing producers and great streaming audience, you know. It's awesome. And I love it. And I appreciate you guys appreciating it. But for tonight, we're done. We're going to end this stream. And I'm going to announce whatever I'm going to be up to in a couple of days. I just need to figure stuff out. If you want to help me out, join the Discord. Let's start a conversation. And I know no one cares about this as much as I do. This is a bigger thing for me than for anyone else. I know. But still. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the support. Thanks for everything that this beat review has been. 26 episodes. That's good. That's fine. That's what it is. However, good night. Peace out. And take care. Boom.